Welcome to All Horse Racing All the Time. I'm Alan, your host. Happy Sunday, everybody. Big day of racing today at Gulfstream Park. 11 races. I got selections for all of them out there. What I'm going to be doing is going a race at a time, giving you my selections. These are horses here. I give you my top three for all the races. And what I'm going to do here, these three horses I give, they look like excellent opportunities for not only the win, but maybe to come in second. So you can think about you exacta players. You want to look those over, or trifecta players. You may want to consider some of these. We had a big day with selections yesterday at the Saudi Cup. So we're looking to follow up on that. And today, these selections also look very strong for multi-race plays, especially daily doubles. So I'm going to give you my selections here for the first race right now. We're going to be taking it a race at a time. We may jump ahead a little bit, but race run, I do like 4, 10, 6. Those look like the fastest three in the race. So let me give you those, put them up here. And let's see, I'll adjust this. Gulfstream Park, race 1, selections 4, 10, 6. How about that Forever Young yesterday? What a horse. And besides winning the race, I'll tell you something else. Nisos, I expect to see a rematch of these two when it rolls around to the Breeders' Cup. Nisos damn near won that race, didn't lose by much to Forever Young. Remember, Nisos, he's only a 4-year-old. He's still developing. At this point in his career, Forever Young, he's pretty much hit his peak. So Nisos out of Baffert, this horse has really done not much wrong. He's coming into his own, had that nice win in Breeders' Cup Day. And yeah, if he develops a little bit more on American soil, he might beat Forever Young. Forever Young, he was kind of lucky to get away with a victory in the Breeders' Cup, considering all the trouble that Fierceness ran into getting fenced in, even by his own horse with Rod Ortiz on him. So I think we're going to see a good rematch, and it's shaping up to be a tremendous start to the 2026 season. So let me add this over here. Now, let me just edit this. Gulfstream race 1. This might be a bit of a chalky race, but we have some long shots coming up on the other selections. Race 1, 4, 10, 6. So I'm going to be in and out here giving you my opinions and my selections on these races as the day goes along. So I want to wish everyone here good luck in the first race. And remember, set your bankroll early in advance. You don't want to start overspending. Hopefully you handicap the races in advance and you see your best spots. So you want to have money around when those big races, the one you really like with some juicy ones, come along. So I've looked these over, the entire card. I'll have selections for all 11 here today. I might bunch a few up, but I'll usually get them out there one at a time to concentrate on the horses that are in the upcoming race. So we'll be back in a bit, and let's get it done today on this Sunday. Hey, win big. Ice water in the veins when you're playing these races. Be back in a bit. All right. Race 1 is in the books. On to race number 2. I am just looking at this. An auspicious start to the day. Okay, let me get you my selections up here and I'll get the stream going so you can see my picks for the coming races. Here I like 268. Let me just bring this up for a second. Now here's an interesting one. You know, I'm looking at Starship Serenity, the number 2 horse. Now, it's not a practical joke. Tyler Gaffleone is up, open 12-1. Now, this one has the numbers that fit this race. What I say by numbers, what I mean by numbers is I use both Brisnet and Thorograph. This one's getting weight from some of the others. Comes in, say, 5 pounds less at 120 than Cheekiest, who is my second choice. And number 8, No Other Like You. Yeah, that one's going to be tough. Castellano, open 5-2, currently open 5-2, currently 4-5. 5 minutes to post. So let me get this selections out here for you for this race. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up the stream so that you can see my selections for all the races going forward. Because I know some of you are thinking about the Rainbow Six. The Rainbow Six today, that has a mandatory payout. So I'm going to be here throughout the afternoon, a lot of the time talking about the races and the horses as they come up. I'll give you my selections here for this race, 268, but what I want to do is set up the selections on top. How about Paladin yesterday over at Fairgrounds? You know, he was boring out a bit. He was able to get it done. Nice numbers in the Derby Future. Today's the last day to bet on Pool 4. He's now at 7-1. And of course, Ted Nafi is out of the Derby picture. Bone with a bruise. Jeez. I'm setting up the selections for all the races, so hang in there because you can see my selections for the pick 4. I want to have them out there. So, you know, you could set it up, look them over. I'm surprised by the results of the last race. You know, I'll put them all here. Some of these might change up as we go on throughout the day, and I'll tell you about those because sometimes the horse doesn't look good on the track or we're not getting a price we want. You know, I'll weigh in what my play would be. So I'll have that up there in just a minute. I'm typing them in so they could scroll across the bottom of the screen. I'll tell you my head's up right. Race 2, 268. Race 3, 163. Race 4, 486. Race 5, 563. Did these very early in the morning. And then I made the adjustments after the scratches. So these are without scratches. So any scratches that come in at this point, you know, they weren't there earlier, you know, after the scratches were released. So we'll keep an eye on those throughout the day. Talk about that. Race 8, 176. couple of these races don't look very playable, and that's going to be the case with every card that you see most of the time. Some races, if you really don't have a good opinion, or you're not getting prices, or there's too many first-time starters, maybe you want to pass on those and save your money for when you have a good handle on the race. You could usually find something, though, if you follow the board, even if it's a place or show play. If you see a horse is an overlay in those. So let's get us cooking with gas here. And then I'm just going to heat up some coffee, and I'll be back in a bit. But I want to get you set up for this race. And I'll double check it, and then I'll put it out there. All right. Race 1, 110.6. We know that was a bust. Race 2, 268. Watch out for the Starship. Number 2, getting weight. Number 3, 163. And at 2 in this race, he's getting spotted some weight, and he has the numbers that can get it done. Race 3, 163, 4, 486, 5, 563, 6, 326. 7247. Always recheck your work. You don't want to just run it out there. 8, 176, 9, 586, 10, 798, 11, 1039. Yes. All right. Save and go. All right. I like it. How many minutes to post? 0 minutes to post. Today's the Daytona 500. America's greatest race. I'll tell you what, I really lit it up with my selections yesterday for the Saudi Cup. Now, talk about that for a second, because it's worth mentioning. And I put them out there for the people. Out of the 9 races yesterday, I had 5 stone cold winners, including the second race, which was out of my 4 was my top selection, and 12 was in my top 3. An exacta for $2, I paid $188. Saudi Cup. And in the third race, my third selection won, so I don't count that as a stone cold winner. I only talk about it when I give out my top choice and it wins the race. Now, in the fourth race, listen to this. I gave out a stone cold trifecta, 278. That's exactly what it came in. The exacta was 175. And if you played the try for $1, $347, you could have dollar trifecta straight, 347. So now you're talking almost $700 on a $2 straight play. And of course, I followed that up with race 5 with the 5 stone cold winner, race 7 stone cold winner, race 8 stone cold winner. That horse paid over $20, number 4. And I also had the Omni in there. And I did not have the stone cold winner with Forever Young, believe it or not. I did use the 3. I went with Japanese horse Luxor Cafe in that race. He was getting tremendous odds. This horse has a closing kick like a machine, well-oiled machine, like a freight train. And he tried to put that kick on, and he was going. I was hoping he was going to get into the try, but it seemed like the speed of the horses that were there at the end, you don't see them falling back or run down very often at this Saudi track. And I don't know if Luxor Cafe, he finished very close to third. It was 3 horses there, including him. Maybe he came in 5th, but I thought I was going to have all 3 within the trifecta, and that wasn't to be. I did have Forever Young and Nisos is my 3rd, 4th choices, but I love the odds on Luxor Cafe. I was getting over 30 to 1. He did run in the Derby last year, hated Kentucky Churchill Downs. Great Japanese horse, and he just didn't finish the job. He didn't win, but he had a price there. The exacta paid peanuts. So let's see. They're getting on the track here. I'm curious about the Starship. Now he's up to 8-1. What am I going to do here with this? I am going to do, now he's down to 7-1. I don't like the 4-5, and there's a couple others in there. Let me just see the show pools. Look at the pools. Let me see what 2 is taking in the show pools. He's a third choice. Maybe in the exacta. Let me see the exacta prices. I'm looking at the pools here. Let's see. 2-6. What does that pay? That's 25-1. 2-8. 20-1. 8-4. Again, the 4's taking very suspicious money here, and the exact is 4 and 8. Now, I'm going to lay off this race. I don't want to. Looking at the show pools, he's a thing. It's no good. The number 8 is taking more than half the money in the show pools currently, so that's not a good show play there at all. So let's see what we got here. And they're getting in. It's a good race to watch. Maybe, 2 to win place. I have him as my top choice. I don't have time to get the bet in since I've been looking it over. And let's see how that 2 does. Starship Serenity. And my second choice, number 6, followed by the big favorite 8. And there goes 8 with Castellano. No Other Like You. What a great name for a horse. All right, they're on the turf here. I'm looking for the Starship, running last. I got to think he's going to get going. Tyler Gaffleone running on the 2. Okay, he's not moving a muscle yet. 8 looks tough. There's a long way to go, though, as they head down the backstretch at Gulfstream Park. No Other Like You at 3-5. They're letting him away. I mean, no one's pressuring this horse. Here comes the 6. 4 Simply Striking. Did take unusual money in the exacta pool. All right. 6 seemed to have corralled the 4. Come on, 6. At least slip into the exacta. Tough one. All right. 2 down, 9 to go. All right. We'll be back in a bit and continue with the next race. Nine races to go. The better races are ahead. Okay, we're back. On to race number 3. Let's make it happen here. Let's take a look at this. 163. Okay, let's. Number 6, Herbert Miller. Is it Miller time? Daniel Herdick. I like Maroff on for Jennifer Young. Adios, Charlie. I'm looking ahead to the next race. My top choice next race would have been the 3 Migratory, but he scratched out. The big races really seem to be the 8th, 9th, the late pick 4. Let me think about that for a minute. Really like this 3. How do I use him? Do I key him with my other 2 selections? 1-6 and 1-3 exacta box. Let's see what those pay. Thinking out loud here. See what 1's paying in the doubles. Now he's 27 to 1 or better. They're showing the race 3 selections, and no one has the 1 listed at all. He is second worst in the show pool. This might be a $10 show bet on this one. I'm not liking the way this shapes up. Let me. Open 6 to 1, currently 6 to 1. 5 furlongs on the Tapeta or weather track. Let me dig up some pace charts on this. I think this might be hammer time. I'm getting a price on my top. I'm getting a price on my top choice here. I'll be right back, and I'll have more information to present you with, coming up. I got my finger on the pulse here, so stay tuned. Your racing friends, if you haven't, hit the like button. It really helps promote the show and helps the channel and helps me bring you more stuff like this. and subscribe. This way you get notifications in advance. If you had subscribed, you would have seen all my selections earlier. I released a short video that has them all out there. So, you'll get a heads up in advance on what's going on here if you subscribe to the channel. Okay, I'll be back in a couple minutes. I gotta, do a download. I'm, and that's something to keep in mind for all you players. Don't throw the money around just because the money's in your account. It's not monopoly money. It's like Vegas, right, or any casino. When it's chips, you throw it around. It's like it's not real money. So it is real money. So if I'm going to be putting this money on something, if I'm going to lay like $10, for example, say I want to do a $10 on this horse, this number one in this race, where I'm getting a really good price. There's only one horse, him and another horse are the two lowest ones by far. The rest of the money is going towards the other horses. So the show bet looks like it might be good. Maybe an exacta, maybe even a 3-horse box. I want to see a little bit more information before I lay $10 on it. Yeah, because $10 you can do a lot with $10. You go to the track, you can treat somebody to coffee and a bagel. You can go anywhere if you're not at the track even and stretch that $10. So think about it. So I'm going to get a little more information. I'll be back in just a few minutes. How many minutes we got to post? No one. Everyone hates the one. Good sign, right? It's 5 furlongs, all weather fast. I have 163. Coffee at KJ's. And there's 4s taking money. Yeah, I'm not going to waste any more time. Let me go get this data. I'll present the data in just a few minutes, and we'll take it from there for race 3. I got it covered, guys or gals. Okay, we'll be back in a few. Okay, we're back. Okay, we got some data to go look at here. You know, I gathered some of the stuff. I had to resend it here to the desktop. It was on my laptop. Let me bring up what I'm talking about here. Yeah, I can give you a screenshot. Okay. How are we doing to post time? 1 minute. Okay, that's time to get in the bed. Just about there. All right, let's bring it up. Okay, what I have here are the third charts for the pace scenario. Now I'm going to slip down to race 3 here, and I'll make this bigger so you can see it. Now this shows the early speed for the opening fractions of a race. And you can see Rockingham Joe, that's usually around the average first call time. 23.47 average. That doesn't look good. As you can see here, 2, 5, 6, 7. Are the speeds, and especially the 7, who figures to be leading. But what I see here is this: he's going to be on the outside, and 6, he has a chance to close. And if you look how he ran in his last race, he did win a run at Gulfstream Park, and he put up a Rockingham Joe. Here he is, 22.42 opening fractions. So he was considerably faster on the synthetic, as you could see here on the screen. So what I'm going to do is check the board, check this. Nanoman's going to be tough. I think there's going to be a lot of speed up front. I'm going to put a nice show bet on 1 to get it done here. I'm not concerned about the others. I could see the pace duel between the others. So I don't do this very often, but when I do, I usually have a high percentage rate. Let me just check the pools before I hit the enter on this. Well, he's taking a little money to show. And I think it's a quick way to, I think I could double the money on this. I believe he's going to be around. He's going to save ground inside, and there's going to be a lot of speed going after it. And 7 from the outside. 3 is really taking the most money in the show pool. And I get it. I want to check this here. 3, his fractions, Nano Man. Big time closer doesn't run on synthetic, though. Is he going to do it to turf? Is he going to close in on the poly on all of these guys? I don't know. I'll go a nice bet, show bet on 3 here. Rockingham Joe. And I hit enter. I see his odds. His odds are still good there. So we'll see what happens here. 163. Yeah, I could see this. I could see. I probably should have thrown an exacta box on these three. I think I still can. I have the time. Let's do it. Exacta box 1, 3, 6. Do I have it in? Do I have time? Hit enter. Sometimes it's tough to do this when I'm live at the same time because I'm talking and I'm looking at things. And so they're in the gate. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the race. I feel pretty confident. I think the 1 will do a nice job. 3, we see taking money now, the favorite. And 6, I think, is getting a nice price on the 6. And it's only 5 furlongs. So that's the only concern I have about the 1. Maybe he would have liked it a little longer. I don't know. Let's see. And they're off. May the best horse win. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the race. Got a couple of grays in there. 3 up front. I didn't expect 1 to be on the lead. That's one thing that surprises me, and I like it. $21.75. He never ran that fast early before. That's a bit of a concern. Where's my 3 and 6? Is the 1 going to hang on? Oh, he turns for home. But they're closing in, folks. Holy shit. Oh, get to the line. All right, I hit the show bet. The exacta didn't happen. Seven was the speed of the speed. Should have just sat tight with the show. You win and you lose at the same time. Got a little greedy, but I had a good reason for it. It wasn't pure greed. What I do on the bet, $10 to show on 1 and a $1 exacta box 136. So do I get back? Do I make so total cost out? That's $16. I may not, 5 times whatever the show bet is. Should have just left it alone. Maybe play the 1 to place. I don't know. We did good. I was on the right track. Nice job on number 1, Rockingham Joe. The 7 spoiled the party. Had my other horses 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Let me see what the tote board is. Let me see what the final pools were. I may not make anything on there. I might lose money on this. Hit the show bet, but I think the exacta bet might put me under. Because number 3 came in 3rd and 7, took a quarter of the pool. Not good. All right, we gave it a shot. I'm not going to stick around for the prices. What I will do is gear up for the next race. I shouldn't have done that exacta, but I liked it, so it's okay. All right, on to the next race. Okay, so we did hit the show bet, $10 show bet on number one. Showed really good speed, 21 something opening, first call. And we did go to the pace figures there. As you can see, we talked about it, the thoroughgraph there in the last race. Yeah, that's just one of the pieces of thoroughgraph. They have the first call, second, who's the fastest horses at the first call. And as you can see here, number 5 and 7 really were the quick ones early. 3 did get in there. All right. We'll be back in a bit. And for the record there, the prices did come up. I made a whopping $2.50 on that race. The show prices were deflated. I had the $3.50 for the show horse, $10 to show on number one. So that was basically $17.50, and I lost 6 on the other thing, the $1 exacta box. So yeah, about $2 really came out ahead. I put the exacta in second, and on to the next race. The one, good job by the one. The 7 surprised me. I thought the speed inside of him and that he would have to close in a little bit and cause him a problem, but it didn't. So on to the next race. Race 4 is not my idea of a good betting race here. If you're just joining us, welcome aboard to All Horse Racing All the Time. I'm Alan, your host. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. Get the word out there. Let your horse racing friends know about it. Hit the subscribe, hit the like button, and you get notifications of upcoming races. So I'm going to be putting some picks out there for another track today, and it will not be a live show. It will be within a short video. So you want to get notification of that. Get those picks for all the races. Most likely Santa Anita. But in this race, my top horse was scratched. Migratory. I thought he was a single. In multi-race plays, my second choice became my first choice. Usually when there are scratches, you have to see if the pace scenario changes the possible outcome of the race. It really didn't too much. 4, 8, 6, 4, 3 to 5. What's a 4, 8 exacta? Um, 8 to 1 odds on a 4, 4, 8. This is not my idea of a betting race. What am I up today? On that, after the last race, yeah, I'm like $2 up for the day. I'm treading water, but the better races are ahead. And what can we do with this race? Do I really want 3 to 5? I know a bank's not going to pay 3 to 5 on your money, but I don't like it. It's just not a good look for me here financially to do that. Race 4, Gulfstream race 4. I'll put my selections here. 4, 8, 6. So what I'm going to do here is take a look at the next race. I'm pretty comfortable with the 4. Now, could I turn that 3 to 5 shot into something big? Let's take a look. Okay, we'll take a look at race 5 here for a second. 2 minutes to post. I'm not going to play the exotics within the race. Mr. Narcissus looks good. I mean, he's the one to beat next race, number 5. You could see my selections scrolling down below. But I do like a couple of longer ones underneath, 3 and 6. So what I'm looking at next race is exacta of especially 6 more with Katie Davis, a nice price horse. You know, if you could slip that one in. I think Mr. Narcissus, number 5 in the 5th, is going to bet down close to even money. Let's take a look at race 4 and see what the double plays pay with 5 in the next race. Probables, double. Oh, for example, 4, 5 daily double. For every dollar, you get back 5. So you're talking 4 to 1. The 8 is taking some interesting money, and he's not one of my plays. But let me see what 4, 6 pays. I don't think 47 to 1. Katie. No. You know, here's an interesting play. If you wanted to just do it this way and throw the hat in on the 4 in the 4th race and go 4, 5 with Mr. Narcissus, the 5 in the 5th. So you put $10 on it. You get back 50. You know, it's a quick 50, but is it really that easy? Because sometimes it doesn't pay to get greedy if you think you have a really sure play. And you can turn a 3 to 5 shot into a horse that you could make a quick $40. Let me look at the 4/6/8 exacta. 4/6, $6 for $1, 4/8, $8. I mean, you're better off saving it for something better down the road. Even if it's say you played it for $1, 4/6/8, right? My top 3 in this race with the 4, 3 to 5. You could maybe play a double and throw that, or play a pick 3 with 4, 5, and a couple of horses in the 6 race. In my example, it would be 3 and 2. I'm not a big proponent of the 6th and 7th race today. They look pretty unpredictable. What time does the Daytona 500 start today? Let me look that up. I want to put it on the TV while it's here. Let's see. Daytona 500 start time. Come on, don't. Daytona 500 start time moved. $130. Holy crap. They're starting already. Let me get that on the tube. Not a tube anymore. Okay, I have no bet here. Let's see. My picks are 4/8/6. No bet. I didn't like the race. My main horse was scratched, number 3. So good luck, everyone. I'm seeing like single digits for the exacta plays. Let's see if the 4 is really all that. Looks like he got off to a slow start. Now he rushes up. How many times do you see that? Now, did that take something out of the 4? I'm going to throw the coffee on it a little bit. Get it going. Afternoon coffee, playing the races. My top 3 are running 1, 2, 3. My selections here, 4, 8, 6. 4, 1 to 2, Ripton's Music, followed by number 8, McMullen. Yeah, it's a 3-horse race. This is paid crap. You need the 8 to get it done here. Do I get it cold? 2 is sneaking in there at 19 to 1. Come on, 8. Hang on for a second. 6, rally back. Yeah, 4/8. Okay, so we're good there. What does that pay? $7. It's a 6 to 1 exacta, 4/8. Okay, I had no bet. I had no money in that race, except for my reputation with my selections. So I got the exacta cold there. No great shakes so far, but a lot of racing to go. All right. So we got a stone cold exacta selection there. So that's good. And we go on to 5. And I think 5, we have a very strong selection for the win. So I think it's almost time to fire up some coffee here for the next 7 races and get the Daytona 500 on TV. Let me just check something. I think I got something a little interesting to show you here. Hang on a second. One thing I will show you before I go here for a second, I'm going to bring this back. This is the pace charts, Thurgraph pace charts for race 5. It's on synthetic, 5.5 furlongs. We see here, this is a bar graph. It shows the first call leaders most likely in the early stages. And number 5, Mr. Narcissist, you could see him 22.26 early pace. He's quick early, but he doesn't need the lead, which is a very good sign, which means he can stalk the fast ones, like the 1 and number 7, Nick Sproul. This might be an interesting race. You know, Teddy, Giant Teddy, you could see him with a 24.05 average first call time, very slow, 5.5. And Giant Teddy, he's coming from Woodbine. Martin Drexler trained. Already on the board at 3-1. Number 8, Giant Teddy, is a big favorite. Okay, we're going to have to think about this stuff. And we'll be back in a bit. I think we're going to fire up some coffee. So I'll let you know what coffee that is. So stay tuned for that. Be back in a bit. Okay, we're approaching the midpoint of this card, race 5. And here we go. Let's take a look at this race. 6 minutes to post, perfect. 5, of course, everyone's picking 5. I thought the 6 and the 3 can sneak in there, and they're both big prices. Mr. Narcissist, I'll take him. He's pretty cut and dried. And I'm going to do a small exacta here. Have a little fun with this race. 6th and 7th. You know, is he really that strong? Let me look at the place show prices for these horses. Not as overwhelming as I thought. He's very big to place. Giant Teddy. They got the skeleton crew here. A lot of the big riders. Tyler Gaffleone's back. He's on Mr. Narcissist. Katie Davis always gives it an honest effort. She's really stepped up her game on the Naira. Now she's riding at Gulfstream, of course, with, the daughter of excellent rider Robbie Davis, sibling of Jackie Davis and Dylan Davis. But she's really pressing. She might be interesting to get in there on this. Let's take a look at the pace figures again here. Neophyte, number 6. And that one has some early speed. You see Mr. Narcissist. He seems to be running the faster quarters. Let me look at Neophyte here. Oh, yeah, considerably faster on the synthetic. David Egan, excellent rider, rode Neophyte in the last race. That was on turf. Let me go to my other bomb here. Number 3, Fast Fixer. You know, the saying that goes, pace makes the race. What to do? Time to post. Let me look at the show prices on these again. Let me go to Fast Fixer. Let's look at the will pace. Three and 6 really are dead on the board as far as double prices. They're the 2 highest ones on the board. I like 5 easy. I'll play it this way. Here's my play this race. Let me look what the payoffs are. 5 over 3, 35, 34 to 1, 5 over 6. I'm going to go with my gut choice. I'm going to lead with the 5 and put 3 and 6 underneath in this race. In a small exacta. You know, let's cash in on Mr. Narcissist. And I'd be right where I started. I'm right where I started right now. Even if I lose this race, break even after 5 races. If I win with this exacta 5/3/6, I'm up whatever this exacta pays. And I'll put that out there. Could see exactly what I'm doing here. Looking for some value. I think these horses might do something. Those are my picks. You could see them scrolling below. And my play is an exacta of 5/3/6. So we'll have some fun with this. We're getting odds. I don't want to do nothing with shows or plays because the 5 is taking all the money. I can't put the 5 anywhere but on top unless I wanted to, mess around and go lighter with 3/6/5. I'm not going to box them. Might be worth a box if they came in. One of the long ones came in. And the 3, this seems to fit the race for the 3. The pace scenario, that you have some quick horses. 3 might get in there. 6 is fast enough to be around. Very, very in Katie Davis on the 6. She's determined and she's, goes for it. And she's been pulling off some good bombs from time to time lately. You're trying to prove herself. So, she's going to give 150%. Comes from the racing family, maybe gets a tip, and, puts in a good effort here. 6 now at 20-1, 3 at 19-1, 5 at 3-2. Is the race really that easy? Now, I'll be taking a look at some other things in the meantime also. So I do want to get my Santa Anita picks out there. I looked that track over today, and I just want to finalize them. I'm waiting on the scratches. They're probably out there now. So I can put them out there in one form or another, not in a live stream, but probably in a video. So, I'll be on the lookout for that. So make sure, if you like this and you want to see more shows like this in the future and get a heads up when we come on again, make sure you hit the like button, thumbs up. Costs you nothing. And also subscribe. You get notifications in advance. Hit the subscribe button and hit the bell. You hit subscribe twice. Make sure you hit the bell. You get notifications in advance whenever we come live. I have some pre-recorded shows I do. Handicapping shows, news shows, also interviews with guests, selection shows. We do Kentucky Derby shows, all these big days. We have shows out there. So hit the like button and subscribe. How we doing? They're loading up, folks. Coffee's brewing. We're going to get set to go. We're not quite to the midway point of this card yet. This is race 5 of 11. So after this race, 6th race, max. That's the 6th race. We're going to be right there, midway point of the show. So Mr. Narcissus, good luck, everybody. Enjoy the race. My play, exacta 5/3/6. all horse racing all the time. I'm Alan, your host. Let's do it here. Let's have some fun with this race. 5.5 furlongs, all weather, Tapeta track, so it plays a lot like turf. 5 looks like the 5 is a stalker, but he does have big early speed, so he'll be breathing down the neck of the winner. If somebody beats him. And 3 and 6, 5 over 3, 6 exacta. Let's see what that 6 does with Katie Davis. Good luck, everyone. Enjoy the race. And they're off. 3 gets out real slow. Well, that's kind of expected of 3. Katie Davis tracking. 5 is towards the front, but he's not usually a front runner, so we expect him to be tracking. Mr. Narcissist all the way up to 2-1. We might get a price. I don't think I have a shot with Katie, but that 3 is running up the rail like a train. Let's get that 5-3. Mr. Narcissist. Here comes 3. One, 1.7. What's this going to pay? Not that much. Rachel's coach, 1.7. Mr. Narcissist, let everyone down. Well, probably not everyone. Tough phrase. Tough race. On to the next race. Lost that. I'm dead even for the day now. 5 races in. It's like I didn't play a race. Exactly was, my balance is exactly what it was when I started to right after this 5 races. Take a quick look at the 6th race. As far as the pace goes and what we're looking at, it's a 7 furlong dirt race, claiming race, not my kind of race. 2 does have the early pace edge, but you don't know. 1 likes to go to the front. 3 has some early speed, showed it the last time at Churchill, but 3 is not going to get the lead in this race, in the 6th race. Gallo de Fuego, stalking type. I can see number 2, Bear Claw, being the one that's out front. We're not going to beat that to death right now, but coffee should be almost done. All right, we'll take a look at that. So we do have some good racing coming up later today at Sunland Park. Does have the Derby Prep race 9 at Sunland. 500K, mile and 16th. The Sunland Park Derby. Post time 6:17 p.m. So some people are going to want to have their eyes on that. Bricken and Express Kid. Surprised Baffert Bob Baffert has nobody entered there. Robertino Diodoro does have 40-20, number 4 in there, open 6-1. Okay, we'll be back in a bit. Okay, on to race 6. Let's take a look at this. Not one of my favorite races on the card. I'll put my selections up there. And the scrolling on the bottom. All right. Top choice number 3, Shadow Coast. Okay, has big early speed. You could see that. You see his running lines. He has a 4th and a 1st at Churchill Downs. No history at Gulfstream Park. And now he is dropping down from allowance 30 to claiming race here. He's in for 25. Going for Rowan Crichton, who's 22% at this meet, and a Micah Husbands, 15% at the meet. My second choice, 2. Now 2 Bear Claw Necklace had been claimed of Safi Joseph Jr., the Crying Machine. Brisnet numbers are lower. Three appears to have the early speed edge. 2 more of a stalking type. And we drop it down to 6. Now, this is the interesting one. First time gelding. Last race was terrible. Let me make this a little slower so I can see some more information. Vied between, gave way. When you see a horse, when you see in the notes of a horse that he was running between horses, that means they expend a lot of energy when they do that for some reason. Maybe because they see competition on both sides. When you see a horse prevail running between horses, that's a great indicator that the horse has perseverance. And he got stuck running between and completely fell apart, into the stretch, 2.5 back, ends up losing by 6, finishing 7th. And he's not going to be up front. He's not going to be as close to the lead as last time. So I'm apprehensive about my 6. Let's look at the others. Still got time. But 6 is taking money here. One is taking some money. Let's take a look at him. With Stuckey. Yeah, it's a catchy name. Some nice figures here at Gulfstream. At the distance, at Gulfstream, on the board 4 out of 7 times. Jose D'Angelo, always dangerous. Castellano up, had that big winner on the 8 in that other race way back. Yeah, the second race. Castellano, 16% at the meet, 14% of the year. Always a dangerous, big money rider. He's won the big races. Does take a big drop down to the 25K level. So you got to respect this one. Like I said, this is not my idea of a good betting race. I'd be inclined to work off the 3-horse in this race. I don't know what kind of money you're going to get. Final payment, running in the 60s. What is this horse doing in the race? Number 5. 5's interesting. Divine Peace. Make sure he's still in there. 16-1. Won by 5 lengths. Going from maiden at Finger Lakes, a Finger Lakes entry coming in here. I got to wonder, like a 25K claiming race here at Gulfstream Park during the championship meet, how does that measure up class-wise to a maiden race at Finger Lakes? Trainer's 0 for 14 here. The jockey's only 8%. Jose Morlos. Seems to fit the race. Ran well last time. The other horses are running in the 80s. He, pulled off, drew off, and won by 5 1/4 last race. Very interesting. And this marks the beginning of the Rainbow Six. How do I play the rainbow? I go 2-3 here, 2-4 in the next race. I'm not playing a Rainbow Six. Is there a long shot along the way? I'd single only in America. Make sure I got this right. In the 8th. What about the 9th? Five is the horse. Let's do it. Let me put this up here. Live bomb in 9th. Let's get it up there. Yeah, the 9th looks like a good race. That's the race I want to keep my eye on. I'm not going to hit the Rainbow Six. I can, but that's not what I'm focusing on here. This is not the Pick Six day. I don't like this race. I don't like the next race. Who would I use Fly the W with? I'd spread 5, 8, 6. in the 9th. How about the 10th? I'll give you my Rainbow Six play. I'm not playing it, but I'll give it to you, okay? How many minutes to post? Okay, 4 minutes. I'll have my Rainbow Six played for you in a second, okay? Let me look at the 11th, double check my picks. It's a mandatory payout today. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button. Let us know. Let us know that you like the show. Pass it on to others, and there'll be more shows like this. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. You get notifications every time I have a show coming up, whether it's with live guests, a pre-recorded show, or a live show like this, or shorts, video shorts. Sometimes I give video shorts. 5-second, 10-second video where I give a big pick for a race. Okay, let's put this together. You could play this for 20 cents. I do have a single in the 8th, number 1. Okay, I'm just about there. I'm just about there, folks. Okay, all horse racing all the time. Gulfstream pick 6 selections. Mandatory payout today. 2-3 with 2-4 with 1. 5-6-8, 7-9 with 3-9-10. What am I doing with this race? Still 4 minutes to post. I'm thinking 2-3-6. I want to double check the 1. Ice water in the veins, folks. You don't want to get too high after a win. You don't want to get too low after a loss. Play the races with ice water in the veins. You win big. And that goes for even if you win big. Keep the ice water in the veins. You want to stay calm, not an emotional basket case, train wreck. You don't want to get too high after a win, too low after a loss. You start throwing money around like Monopoly money, or if you lose, you start to panic and you're running to the ATM machine. You don't want to be doing that. So stay on an even keel. Plan ahead how you're going to handle this race, going into the race. If I lose this race, how am I going to handle it? If I win this race really big, am I going to get reckless? Plan ahead. This way you have an action plan, a parachute clause. Even if you win really big, maybe you win a few hundred, maybe you win $1,000 too. Maybe you want to take a race off. Maybe you want to leave the track. Pocket the money. I'll tell you what, when you withdraw the money, you'll find out it's real money. It's not Monopoly money. When you walk out of the track with $2,000 and you go take your friends out to dinner, or you go out yourself to dinner, or take somebody else out to dinner, and you spend a few hundred, you're not even going to miss it. It's real money. Ice water in the veins. Plan ahead. Don't get reckless. It's not Monopoly money. Trust me on this. You won't be sorry. Somebody has to tell you the truth. It might as well be me. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. Let your friends know about this channel. Only channel out here right now, all horse racing all the time. That's 100% focus here. I'm still looking at this. You see me looking at the tote board and going over all this stuff. I'm not horsing around. Do I want to put in a pick six play? What is the price of this pick six? Let me add this up. Okay, 2 times 2 is 4, times 1 is still 4. 4 times 3 is 12, times 2 is 24, times 3 is 72. 72 divided by 5, off the top of my head, it's 14 something, right? What? 4? Okay. $14.40. $14.40 for this pick 3 play. Do I put this in? Let's do it, folks. Let's play this Rainbow Six. I think we have a shot to get it done. Let's have some fun with this. 0 minutes to post. I will put this pick 6 in. Let's get it done. I did it for you. I want to be able to share it with everyone when we get this. Okay. Pick 6. 2-3. Yeah, I feel good there. 2-4. I don't really like the next 2 races, but I like them. 2-4. Race 8. That's my single, number 1. Am I right on that? Yeah, only in America. Race 9, 5-8-6. Fly the W, 10-1. An 8-1. Holy shit, there's a late scratch. So I'm just on 5-8. And do I go anywhere else here? Oh, God, geez, what am I saying? Oh, yeah, Lights on Broadway. I'm rushing now. I might not get this in. What the fuck's going on? Okay, 5-9, 5-8-6. Race 10, 7-9. Pleasant Embrace and Nick Style. And race 10. Three, 9, 10. Oh, race 11. 3, 9, 10. Star of Jericho, is that correct? Yeah. All right. 1440. It's in. Hit submit. Double check my ticket. 2-3, 2-4. 1 is my single in the 8th. 5, 6, 8, 7, 9, 3, 9, 10. We're in for the Rainbow 6. All right. That's my only pick here, the Rainbow 6. How many minutes before post? Let's check it out. Okay, they're still walking around. Okay, let's welcome this in grand fashion.
Let's go.
Let's do this.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. We got this. 2 and 3. We don't need a miracle to get through the first leg. Good luck, everybody. We got this race. Let's go. All right, 3 looks good. 2 looks good. Now, my selections for this race was 3, 2, 6. See what happens. 1 shoots out front with Stuckey, the sexy name. I think we're good here. Here comes the 6. He was my third choice. I just wasn't crazy about his numbers. You know, 2 looks like he's pretty much shot. 3 looks like he's had enough. Come on, do something, guys. 3 re-rallies from the outside. Oh, my God. What a way to get knocked out of the pick 6 in the first leg. Come on, 6. At least do something for me. Now, my third choice won. No pick 6 today, folks, but we had the fucking guts to go for it.
Let's go.
We almost got it done. No, that's
Let's
AI. I never rode a horse before. You know, I figure you can get to see.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. We just got knocked out of the pick 6. Well, we gave it a try. Let me bring that 6 up again. All right. We got to go back and look at what we might have missed. Why didn't I like this horse? Why did I throw him out? I didn't like his last race. I didn't like the jockey, Luca Panici. Never ran at Gulfstream. First time gelding. Well, I guess it helped the horse. He was dropping in class. I can't go. I wouldn't change anything. No. You know, if I would have changed anything, I would have went to the 1, not the 6. So we lose the Rainbow 6. And suddenly we're down $14 for the day after 6 races with 5 to go. Not the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination. You know, if you're down $14 after 5 races and it's the end of the world, let me tell you something. If you're down $14 at the racetrack and it's the end of the world, maybe horse racing isn't the game for you. You know, it's entertainment, but it's, you know what I mean. If you're down $14 and it's the end of the world and you lost it at racing, it's, well, maybe you could win a few grand if you hit something, but you know what I mean. Okay, race 7, Gulfstream pick, the Rainbow 6. At 6 horse, nice odds. If I would have boxed my 3, what was the finishing order? Yeah, I would have even lost the box exacta. Yeah, the 1 came in second at 3-1. It's, I'm telling you, you know, you got to expect the unexpected sometimes, and if it happens, it, you know, be prepared for it. It happens at the racetrack. Race 7 coming up. I'll be back with some coffee. I'll let you know what kind of coffee I'm having. You're not going to want to miss out on that. So, a lot of racing to go. Be back in a bit.
Let's go.
Rubber meets the road time. We're reaching the back end of the card, the pick six behind us. Hopefully, some of you are alive with number 6 winning that last race. We have 5 races to go, and I really, really want to make something happen here and send this day off on a big note. I've had a lot of days like this where I was treading water or even behind, and all of a sudden on one of the last couple of races, I hit something big and turned out a big winner for the day. So I want to do something like that today. Am I going to be a big winner? I don't know. Here's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about a late pick 4. Do I want to do that? Or maybe a pick 3, because I do see a long shot. I don't know if it'll be a long shot now with some of the scratches, but let's talk about it. Let's bring it up. And the other thing, we're not messing around. We went to the coffee. I did bring the coffee with me. Make it happen. As the cup says here, let's make it happen. Take this off. Yeah. Make it happen. It's up to you. Look these races over. Don't panic. Don't push the panic button. There's time. There's plenty of time. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You could play the late pick 5. Am I playing the late pick 5? No. And this coffee, I just brewed it fresh. Tim Hortons coffee. And they say it's Canada's favorite coffee. First time I had Tim Hortons, I was on a cruise in 2010, and stop was in Halifax, and I got a cup of it. Well, actually, a paper cup, and it was tremendous. And I hadn't had it in years. And then I saw last year it was online, so I ordered it, the beans, and it's great coffee. Tim Hortons coffee. Check it out. They have some of them. I was in Staten Island not too long ago. I saw they had a Tim Hortons there. But let's get to this race. 4 minutes to post. I really didn't like this race much. I like 2 and 4. Yeah, they're taking some money. Yeah, do I want to do something with this? What I do like is it's a 5 furlong sprint turf, and Bill Mott, trainer of number 2, Jubilee Parade, out of a tremendous sire, turf sire. If you ever see the name Kingman as a sire, pay attention. On the board now at 5-1. Number 4, Finding Candy. Now I had 2, 4, and 4 Finding Candy at 9-5. And third choice, number 7, Ship Serve, Michael Maker and Tyler Gaffleone, on the board at 10-1. Opened at 12-1 out of Mindmanship. I may just box those 3. Let me look at this. Oh. They have the skeleton crew here at Gulfstream Park, I guess, with all the big races, at Oaklawn and Saudi Cup over the weekend. So I may press on something, not an exotic. And this is a 5 furlong race. Let me bring this up while we still have time.
Let's go.
No, not this. Hang on. Race 7. Finding Candy. There's a bunch of unraced horses in here. Oh, boy. Number 4 is probably going to be the one to beat. All right. 1 is a first-time starter from Mark Cassie. Always dangerous. He's 13% with first-time starters. Gets Javier Castellano, who's had a resurgence recently. Let me just go on. Jubilee Parade. Bill Mott, Trainer of the Year, gets first-time Lasix, as does Finding Candy. 2 is the more expensive horse. I got to think 2. You know, 4 has the speed figures. 2 is going to probably step it up. It's 5 furlongs on turf. Now, 2, why is he turning back from 1 1/16 to 2, whereas 4 has been sprinting and has blistering early speed? 5, I don't like. 6, first-time starter from Cassie. 7, I don't really like. I'm thinking just go with the 4 and take the money, unless 6, $250K horse. Turf 3-year-old, great turf breeding. Mark Cassie. He probably saved this horse for this race and maybe even for this jockey. Let me double check the 7. I'll do this. I am going to do, let me just double check the 1. I don't want to rush this. 1's not one of my picks. It's another Mark Cassie entry. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do a 1, 2, 4 box. Let me see what that pays. No, I'm going to box 4. Exacta boxes. Here we go. I'm going to box him with these horses. I'm going to box the 4 with 4 horses. I know it's not going to be a bonanza. 1, 4, 2, 4. May call that back. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 4, 2, 4, 4, 6, 4, 7. Do it. $8. I'll do it for $1. Have some fun. Maybe break even. Maybe that 7 comes in. I'm looking for the 4 to have so much speed that he hangs on at least for a piece. I'm going to leave the 6 out. No, we can't. We got to do it. One, 4, 2, 4, 4, 6, 4, 7. It's all about the 4 here for me. Looking for John Velasquez and Antonio Seno. Twirling Candy. Opened 9-2. Currently 9-5. He's the last to go in. It looks like he's slightly hesitant to go in. Obviously, what I want is 4-7 in this race. That's what I have. 2, 4, 7 are my selections. You can see them scrolling. But I keyed off the 4, and I threw the 1 in one of the boxes. What I want is one of these 3 to beat the 4. Let's see what happens. 4 showing no speed. Johnny V, what are you doing? Is it time for him to retire? I know he's been having a good year, but don't be running fucking last. Holy shit. Ha ha ho. And the 3 horses that I picked to box with him are going to come in 1, 2, 3. What a piece of shit. Every time I bet on John Velasquez, this guy lets me down. Oh my God. Fierceness. Blew the Breeders' Cup on Fierceness. Holy crap. Oh my. Holy shit. That's the thing with horse racing. And you got to always be prepared for that. I say ice water in the veins. Yeah, I was pissed, but I'm regrouped. You got to expect the unexpected in these races. You don't expect the biggest speed to be running last or running 3rd or 4th out of the gate once they run already a few hundred yards. Oh my God, this is just amazing. Oh, what track is running next? What can I bet on right now to get this money back? Yeah, it was $8. I'm going to try that. I'll try that because that's what some of you people do. I don't recommend this at home, But right now, I know it was $8. I want it back. Am I chasing money? Well, let's put it this way. Right now, after 7 races, I said this was a bad race. This exacta 5-6 is going to pay, and that 5 horse at 1 looked like total shit, and he wins. 5-6 is going to be $48 for $1. So you're talking about a 98 and change exacta here. Oh, balloons. 9-1 over, 3-1 over, 5-1 over, 14-1. Okay, now what if I was going to be one of those players and said, I just lost a race and I want to get my money back? Now, I really only handicapped. This is the only track I'm covering today. I'm not covering another. I thought about adding Santa Anita, but I'm not going to rush it. 100% attention to here. But now what if you're one of those players and you have to do this? When I say you have to do this, I mean you're in that mode, that mind frame mode. You didn't go into the ice water in the veins mode where you prepared in advance and you lost a race and you didn't have the ice water in the veins and you're going to chase your money. I don't want to call it chasing money because I'm not going to make that kind of a bet. But if you want something back where you can recoup quickly, like I can recoup quickly because I only bet $8 on that race. But this left a sour taste in my mouth, so I want to recoup now. So what do you do if you're one of those type of players? Do you just look at, shoot around to the simulcast screens and see who's off next and look at the odds and go from there? No, I'm going to address that emergency if you're in that mode now, or if you have been in the past, how to address it. Because I'm going to address it here and not only address it, but win the race and get my $8 back. So let's take a look at what's going on at the other tracks. All right. What do I see? Who's the next quickest race where I can make some money? Tampa Bay Downs. Let me look at that race. 4 minutes to post. It's a big race, a lot of horses in the field. 4 minutes to post, turf race, 1 mile. Perfect. Let me see if I see anything. Well, first thing I'm doing is looking at the entries, the trainers, the jockeys. I'm scanning it. No, I don't like that race. The first thing I see about the Tampa Bay race is I don't like it. It's the giant field. I'm not crazy about the jockeys over there and the breeding. I looked at the breeding of some of these horses. There was one horse by Nick Sco, great front rank type. And but still, that's not the race to make the money back. It's, I don't feel comfortable there. So where do I go? Is there another horse? Is there another race where I might be able to do some damage? Oaklawn, 15 minutes to post. Do I want to wait that long? I'm probably better off just sticking with this track. Tampa Bay. Santa Anita, race 2. 5-horse field. No, I don't want that. Bob Baffert has the horse one more time in there. Still, no, I don't like that. So far, Oaklawn looks like the best possibility at 10 minutes. Let me go back to Tampa for a second. No, I don't like it. I don't like the way the board looks. I don't like the way the field looks. I don't like the breeding. I'm seeing horses in the 7th race at Tampa Bay. I'm looking at the sires in this race. Now I'll go down the line and list some of them. Caravaggio, never heard of him. By My Standards, 39-1. These are sires. Nick Sco, 23-1. He comes in light at 113. A shin forward. I've seen enough of Tampa Bay to know that I'm not going to try and recoup any money at that fucking place. Who else? Let's go back to Oaklawn. 13 minutes to post. Oaklawn might be the recoup race. Race 6. Let's take a look. Let me get the PPs for Oaklawn for the 6th race. And we'll go after this one. Now, I want you to notice how I handled this here was I scanned the trainers, I scanned the owners, I looked at the odds, I looked at the field sizes. I didn't just lose this race, lose this $8, whatever, even if it was $100. I didn't just lose that and want to jump back in and my mind wasn't in the right place. I wanted to rush back. I didn't just look at a screen, look at the odds and panic and go for the quickest race that was out there, Tampa Bay. I looked at Tampa Bay. I had a few minutes, 4 to be exact when I started, and I saw I didn't like any of the trainers. Really, I didn't like any of the sires. Jocks there, I didn't like them. And I said, it was a big field. And I was like, this is not the race to do that. If you're going to do that, if you're going to jump right back in, if you have to, I'd say go get a slice of pizza, go get a coffee. If you're a smoker, go outside and have a cigarette. Do anything, but don't jump right back in. Maybe you even want to skip a race after losing a race. You don't want to go right back in and try and recoup. You know what I mean? So you see that I'm going through steps here, even trying to recoup. And now we're going to go and try and recoup this $8 at Oaklawn. So even this is a Gulfstream show. The next Gulfstream race is in 15 minutes, and Oaklawn is 11 out. And I know that this race at Gulfstream, I singled one. Okay, I singled one at Gulfstream for this race. Let's see what the odds on him are, 7-5. So I'll put that pick out here. And I don't even, say him as a winner. I would just say, use him. Gulfstream race 8. Single number 1 in multis. All right. I'll make that clear right up front. Okay. Now let's get back to Oaklawn. Chasing the money. If you have to do this, if you want to make that money back, what are you going to do? First, get the PPs. Don't just look at the board or try and read the pools. Get the PPs. If you don't have them, skip the race. I'm going to bring them up right now for Oaklawn. see if I can share this screen. Now, I just happened to download this. I'll tell you, I'm Johnny on the spot. Okay, what do we have on Oaklawn? See, I'm not a one-trick pony. Right now, I'm here with Oaklawn PPs. 6 furlongs, claiming 20K, 40,000 purse 40 for 4-year-olds and up, which have not won 2 races since September 15th. Weight 124, whatever. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is try and keep it as honest as possible. There are 8 minutes to post. So I see 7 and 8 are scratched. I'm not going to look at the board. I'm not going to look at anything. What I'm going to look at here is first enlarge this and see what horses jump out at me. I'm going to take you handicapping with me. And this is handicapping without even looking at this card, trying to, chase money, chase $8 and get it done here at Oaklawn on a fly. So let's take a look. First thing I'm going to do with this, I'll make the screen a little smaller. What am I going to look for as the key horses? Well, I'll go to the prime power on top. Since I'm in a rush, I usually don't do this. You could see prime power right there, 6, 13, 11. 6 seems to have and that's a computer-generated figure based on their overall performance. It just gives you a rough estimate. Now I want to look at the pace of the race. I'll shoot down to the bottom here, and then I'm going to work from the top. I want to see who are the running styles that have early speed. I see number 6 has some early speed. Ludwig is 11 is a big early speed horse. One, two, 3, 4 speed types. Let me see who the scratches are in this race. 6 and 8 are out, okay? So we're going to go from there. 6 Veil is out. 8 Lord Majesty, okay. Right off the bat, I'm seeing that 11 is probably going to be the early pace. It's good. Okay, it's tight. I may get a bet in here, I may not. 6 minutes, but we're doing the best we can. Again, number 1 is my single at Gulfstream Park. I'm doing one of those panic bets, how to handle it if this should happen to you. As you saw, did I look at the board and simulcast screens and try and figure out which was the next race and which odds were who had? No, the first thing I did is look at what my options were, betting options were, who was in the race, the jockeys, the trainers, the breeding. And the next step was to see if I could find PPs. And I found PPs for Oaklawn. I found them for free from a free Brisnet PP site. So I got them on the fly without paying a dime. I'm always prepared. Okay, now we're going to go back. I want to look at that 11 horse, Ludwig. He's run here 3 times. Now, he probably will be the speed. Norm Cassie, always dangerous, 20% at the meet, 19% from the beginning, 25 to the current. And he has Louis Sayers up. You kidding me? At the distance, he's run 10 times. He has 2 firsts, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. He's probably going to pay shit. I got to look and see what his odds are. 2-1. Next step is I bring up the simulcast screen. All right. Now you can see I'm going to give you a quick screenshot here. Take this off, and I'm going to show you what the fuck I'm looking at. I'm all over the place here. You know, I got to get this done in a hurry. And you'll see the screen I'm looking at. As you can see, I'm looking at a couple of tracks here. All right. I'm looking at Gulfstream. I'm looking at Oaklawn. Right now, I'm looking at Oaklawn. That's on my wagering screen. All right. So now we go back. I'm bouncing around. I want to win this bet. I want to win my $8 back. Now, if I 3 minutes to post, it's getting towards crunch time. We'll get this back. Now we got to go back to the other screen. Okay. Ludwig. Okay, we know he looks good. He's in the money. Okay. Anybody else? Is anybody who is a track specialist? 10 permafrost. No, I don't like 10. Let me go down to 13. I'm wide awake. He's an alternate entry. On the board, 7 out of, at the distance, he's one of these horses. He really is a third place specialist. How is he in Oaklawn? He likes the track. Bullet, February 8th. Number 13, 8-1. Dangerous. What are the odds? 3-1. Down from 8-1. They see the same thing I do. Okay, is there somebody else? 13 likes this track. Is there going to be a speed duel? Let me look at number 13 again. I'm wide awake. I really can't go by him because, you know, the stats they're showing here. He has enough speed to be around. Sutherland, number 13. No, never hit the board here. 10. No. 9. No. I'm looking at speed figures, track record. 8. No. 7. Pressing type. No. No. 6 fail. I think 6 is scratched. 2 minutes to post. Yeah, he's scratched. Let's move on. 5. Eric Asmussen, Steve Asmussen. He got stuck chasing between last time. He's dropping in class. Horrible last race. On the board, 7-11. Borderline. 4, no. 3, maybe. Let me go back to 5 a second. Classic cut. What are the odds on 5? 9-2 from down 10-1. See, they seem to, the sharp money seems to be going there, liking the same horses that I do, and the odds are coming down on them. 4, it's Bob. 3. No. 2. 2 did run a 98 at Aqueduct. When the hell was that? March of 2025. He's horrible lately. 1 got eased last race. Here's what I'm going to do. What are the odds on the 1? I am going to go 1. All right. Tyler Bacon. God, Oakland. All right, here's what I'll do. I am going to do a show bet. A number 1 for $8. I like what he's done on the track. That eased factor. He got eased in his last race. If I lose the $8, I lose the $8. But he's run some like over 90 Brisnet figures here. I like Tyler Bacon. The other horses, you know, the 13 is the one that really intrigues me. You know, very good at the track. But I'm just looking for a placing here. And I'm looking for the one to get some vindication. Somebody don't want to go in. I think they're all in. All right, I don't have a great feel for this, but let's see what happens. Let's see if the one likes the track and comes back. All right, he's shooting out towards the front, and he takes the lead. He's 9-1. We got $8 following him to show. Now let's see if he comes back. I know he was eased last race, but he's run some good races here. You know, we don't need him to win. We just need him to be around. And it's not a really long race. Right, they're going into the turn. They're running three across the track here. It's a tough field. They're all running well. And one comes off the turn in the lead. I don't know if he'll hang on. He's leading right now. He got second. I got the fucking 8 show. Beautiful. Now, that is how you do, you know, if you want to get your money back and that was just a clinic on how to, you know, if you're going to chase money and you're going to have to jump in, just got it done. Played the 1 to show. I went through the whole card, all the entries. What I did was I only had 8 minutes to post. I checked 3 tracks who were come up next if I had to chase money and come right back in. And I looked at the entries. I looked at the odds. I glanced at the board. I looked at the sires, the jockeys, the trainers. I did that for 3 tracks. I landed on Oaklawn, turned around, found the PPs online for free, downloaded them, looked at the power ratings, the prime power, Brisnet, got the PPs, went through every single entry, what they did at the track and in their last races, and started from bottom to top and landed on the one I got no money, who had run 3 races at this track, had a 91 high Brisnet, who was eased with a 37 Brisnet. And I looked at his previous numbers, went down the line, and found a February 28th of 2025 where he ran a 91 here. And I didn't want him to win. I wasn't looking for a winner. I was looking for, a good show horse. He was dropping from 30 to 20. We got it done. I don't know what the horse is going to pay, but I'll get my $8 back. Tyler Bacon, 12% jockey, 18% overall, and Tanner Tracy. Handicapping, if you have to do it on the fly, yeah, it's not easy. I'm experienced with it. I know what to look for. And if I found nothing here, I wouldn't have put the $8 on it. But, we got it done. And what are the odds on this horses? 11 won the race. Yeah, it was pretty 5-2. 1 came in second, 9-1. 7 came in third, 16-1. And what is my payoff? 660 times 4. So I made about $28, 28 and change back on this bet. Gulfstream will go right there. So I made a quick $20 on that, brought myself right back into the game. I was down 22, so I'm probably up a few bucks with a last second chasing your money. I wanted to make my $8 back, and I got back 28. Yeah, I got back 20. So yeah, I'm back, just about even, maybe $10 down. But that was a clinic on how to chase your bets if you have to. I don't recommend that. In this race at Gulfstream, I just said I have no bet on this. I said single number 1, and let's see what happens here with the 1 in this race. And the name of that horse, a great name in that horse. Only in America. I said he's a single, and he's currently 3-2. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the race. I have no bet here at Gulfstream. I may jump in the late pick 3 there. Now that I got some extra money from hitting that show bet at Oaklawn Park, which I did not even look at that race until 8 minutes to post. I had no PPs, found them for free online, went through the whole thing, looked at 3 other tracks too, and landed on the best one. Let's see what happens. Heading down the backstretch. I'll tell you that 3 looks good. He's breathing on him, breathing down his back, but 1 seems to have an extra gear. I'd have to think that 1 would have to prevail. Now 4 Founders coming out of nowhere at 11-1. Who was on this 1 horse? Todd Pletcher and Tyler Gaffalione? Falling out of it like this? Now 3 has him. And my picks this race, 3 easy. All right, we got our money back. We went from, now we were, down 22 for the day. We come out of the Oaklawn race down 6, heading into the last 3. So down 22, down 6. So we made a quick $16 on our money. On a last second bet. Anyway, you may want to go back and watch that segment. I may save that and put that out there as a video in itself on how to play a race if you're chasing money and if you have to. My first choice would be not to chase the money. And I said that up front. I said, if you had to chase money and I was, this is how I would do it. So, all right, on to race 9. Whew. Horse racing.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, next race coming up, late pick 3. Now we're in position to play. Be back in a bit. I got to heat up the coffee. I just made back the money on a late second play at Oaklawn without even seeing the races, the race before, the PPs before, nothing, and looking at 3 other tracks, and got back, recouped what I, and up $1.60 after losing the pick 6. I mean, hey, let's get it done here. We got this. A lot of racing to go. If you're joining us, welcome to All Horse Racing All the Time. I'm Alan, your host. Make sure to hit the like button. Helps the channel, helps you get more views, helps you get more content, and also the subscribe so you get notifications of all new videos. On to the next race. Time for the late pick 3. Let's make it happen. What's going on? All right. 13 minutes to post. A lot of scratches in this race. I like Fly the W. I pointed number 5 out as my long shot pick, big long shot pick. You know what? He's 8-5 now. He's the favorite. Open 10-1, now 8-5. My big favorite is eliminated. And my second choice, number 8, you see it scrolling below, Corta Fugo. Opened 8-1, down to 5-2. A lot of that has to do with the scratches, especially of number 4, Hot Blooded, from Steve Klosaris, a 5-2 shot to open. I didn't like him anyway. I like Nate the Great at 10-1. He's gone. What can I do with this race? Not. How about my third choice? Number 6, Lights of Broadway. Tyler Gaffleone. Open 3-1, currently 5-1. I'm not sure what I can do with this race. You know, Fly the W. Super Dormy, number 10. This is 1 mile on turf. Fly the W, my top choice, 10-1 shot. Now sitting on the board 8-5. Do I like him that much at 8-5? Let's look at the pace here. We have a couple of unraced, if they're not scratched. Yeah. First time starter, Oh Captain. 16-1 shot. Number 10, Super Dormy, not one of my listed picks. I may go off the record here to do something with him. Open 15-1, currently 5-1. The breeding into mischief. Let's take a look. Let me bring up the PPs here. Bring them up. Okay, let's talk about it. Tell you what we see here. Bring you all the action, folks. I take you with me. Okay, 1 mile on turf, claiming race 20K, purse 36,000, Florida owners for 4-year-olds and up, weight 125 pounds, non-winners of race since November 15th, allowed 2 pounds, claiming price 20. If for 16,000, if you go in for 16, you can have your horse, give away your horse for 16, you get spotted 3 pounds. So don't think for a second weight doesn't make a difference. It does. Gravity is concerned, And 5 pounds, every 5 pounds, that's a thorograph point. Thorograph, I use thorograph, I use brisnet. Let's take a look at this 5-horse, Fly the W. It's won 4-7 here, 2/3. Let me just go to this for a second. Up top. Okay, this is turf. It's a mile. Mika Husband's riding for Amador Sanchez, a 17% trainer. Sanchez, first off the claim, get this. First off the claim, the trainer of number 5, Fly the W, 27% winning percentage. And that covers 75 races. So he's winning 27%. Now, don't get too caught up on that 27% because it also means first off the claim, he loses 73%. In the money, 55%. Now, the optional claim for 20, now he's in there for 20. Now, this is a straight claim. You know, Fly the W, very distinguished horse. 22 wins and 55 tries, 540K earner out of Ghost Zapper, a 10-year-old. Yeah, an honest performer. You know, we can throw out the last race, 2 back at Woodbine. You know, he was there in the stretch leading, and he did lose by 5 and change, but it was a mile and a quarter. And now this time he's going only a mile. So the shorter distance should help. The shorter distance should, you know, mile and 70. Yeah, shorter distance should help ease the pain. I'm looking at the Gulfstream on turf. Has won 4-7 at Gulfstream. Has earned 128K in turf. On the board, 10 or 15. 8-5. Do I really like him that much at 8-5? Let's go further. 9-5 now. I want to go down to 10. 10 is the one that intrigues me. Super Dormy, 9-year-old, another one. It's, you know, old timers day, these hard knockers, 450K, 2K earner. Now, here's the thing. He's 9 years old. He's only raced 38 times. It's not like he has the biggest, heaviest workload. Did run big here at Gulfstream, but, you know, on Tapeta sprinting, at the distance, that's the thing. You know, he's going to have to run. He'll be running fast early, and he's going to have to hang on. Hasn't raced since November. Martin Drexler, 11% trainer, 19% since the beginning of 2025. Mario Gutierrez, 20% jock here at the meet, 13% overall. You know, it's hard to put something together on this race. I'm not ready to hang my hat on the 5. How many minutes to post? 4 minutes. What about my 6? My poor 6. Let me go to my 8. Quarter Fugo. 8-1 now, 5-2. First thing I see are solid numbers. Let me make them bigger so you can see them. Always trying to help everyone out. Yeah, you see all those solid 80s. Always around. David Falk's very dangerous trainer, especially in claiming races. 18% going back 255. Joe Bravo up. Not the biggest Joe Bravo fan. He is the class of the class at Monmouth's history of racing, the Elvis Presley of Monmouth, now in his 50s, still riding well, 14% at the meet, 10 wins out of 69 shots here at Gulfstream Park. It'll be interesting to see if Joe comes back to Monmouth in summer. Not a big race. He did win 2 back at a mile 16th, but he's a big closer, and Joe is like one that likes to really hang back and close. I remember one time at Belmont Park, he was on a closer who was a gigantic favorite. And this was over 10 years ago, probably 15 years ago. And he hung back. And I think he came in second or third. And everybody at Belmont was standing at the end of the stands, near the rail, at the fence, yelling at him, "Go back to, get out of here. Go back to Monmouth. You stink." And the horse must have been like 4-5 or something. And I bet against him and I won. But yeah, Joe. And I could see that maybe happening here in this race. Maybe not. But Joe Bravo, number 8, I don't trust him. Let's see if we can find someone else. So far I don't like this race, at least not for betting purposes. Okay, we're going to go back. We got to watch the clock. How about O Captain, number 1? Let's go up to that one. No. I can't go there. No. I can't go there. Too slow. Number 3, Rashid. I'm looking for a horse. 3 wins and 8 tries here. Let's back this up and see how he is at the distance. Light on the numbers. What I do notice is he has a pattern. If you look at him here, 76 last race, then 80 before, 25 horrible, rail eased, walk off, then 87, 78, 76. 4 hot blooded, isn't he scratched? Yeah. 5 fly the W. Yeah. I got to go 5 here. I don't like anyone else. Let's do a pick 3. Let me jump ahead to the next race. Oh, God, I know my horses. 5, 7, 9. Let me just look at race 10, number 8. All right, let's do it. Let's do the pick 3, okay? I'm going to put it in right now while I still have a minute. Can I even do this? Yeah, let's do the pick 3. 5 with 7, 8, 9. This might not be now a big pick 3. No. Yeah, let's do this. 5 with 7, 9. We'll try and beat Brad Cox with 5 with 7, 8, 9 with 3, 9, 10. Yeah, let's do it. It's $9 play. All right. Let's do the pick. Race 9, pick 3. Now 5, don't get me fucking going here. Because the 5 at 2 to 1, it's not like it's 2 to 5. So we have some prices in the next couple of legs if we can get past this one. And this on a pick 3. 5, 7, 8, 9, 3, 9, 10. There are my picks, folks. Race 9, going with the pick 3. It's been a treading water kind of day. I'm down $15, and that includes the price of that bet, which was $9. So 15 plus whatever this wins. And I'm going to tell you something else. The last 2 days for my selections, you know, I have the documentation to prove it, the screenshots. I went from $30 in my account to $430 as of this morning and withdrew $400. Yeah, I withdrew $400. It's not monopoly money. So up $400 for the weekend. And today, down 15. So it's been a good weekend, and it, you know, we might add something to it today. I figured it's Sunday. I'm not going to press it like I did the Friday, Saturday with the racing at Saudi and the racing yesterday at Gulfstream. I did very well. So take the money out. You know, when you win some money, take the money out, do something with it. You know, that's what I did. Made $400 this weekend. Today, you know, I still put the same emphasis into it. I'm not betting as big, but the handicapping's there. So don't be afraid to take money out, okay? Buy something with it. Go out to dinner. I mean, $400, you know, with that, what I withdrew, you know, if I shop around, I could take a cruise for that money. You know, not that, you know, that's much better than, you know, playing the rest of the weekend and losing the 400, maybe dropping another 300. So let's get it done here. We need 5 to win. You know, it's all fun. Not every weekend or every day is going to be a winning day at the race. I just need number 5 to get it done to start the pick 3. Fly the W. Good luck, everyone. No automatics here. Especially at Gulfstream. Just one friend of mine used to say, Gulfstream, that is the impossible track. You know, I beg to differ. You know, I really like this track. They bring great quality racing, great announcers, Ron Nicoletti. Where's number 5? Is he in this race? You know, he's an old timer, though. He's a 10-year-old. Can he wind it up for one more big win, you know, to get us home here? You know, if some of you played my pick 3. Jockey's standing up on him. I don't like the position, but let's see what happens. Now the 10. Oh! You fucking asshole. Oh, I hope everyone's okay. There goes the pick 3. 12 wins it. Let me look at that 12. Bring this back. I always like to look back and see if I missed something. Battle of Dover. Not entirely impossible. I mean, what are the odds on that one? No, there was no 12 in this race. Yeah, 30 to 1, bet down to 12 to 1. Yeah, fuck it. He had a good record at this track. I have no complaints. I wouldn't have used him. He wasn't in my top 3. Tough way to get knocked out. Horrible. Who's the jockey on the 10? Mario Gutierrez. I'm not too familiar with him. Fly the W. 13. 16 to 1 shot. They give us the Gulfstream special on a Sunday here with 5 losing. Who was the jockey on the 5? No excuse for that. Don't tell me it was Joe Bravo. No, Mika Husbands, decent jock. No complaints. Down 15 for the day. We move on. Up 400 for the weekend and, down 15 today. But up, so take the 15 off. Up 385 for the weekend. Okay, but we have a couple races left. And I think we're going to try and do some damage in the next race. Going to do some damage in the next race. And here we are on the horse.
Let's go.
That's AI. I've never ridden a horse before, but it's amazing what that crap can do. And you don't have to be a genius to do it. But they're cracking down on that now. People are making videos of other people talking, and all they need are voice clips, and they could clip the voices together, team it up with the video. They have videos of Aaron Judge knocking Aaron Boone. And, but yeah, that was me riding a horse, and it's stupid. It's funny, but
Let's go.
We got 2 more races to go. We've been here all afternoon. I want to thank everyone for being here. So those of you who've hit the like button for the video. It helps keep the channel going, helps keep me bringing more stuff out here. And also hit the subscribe button. You get notifications every time I do one of these shows. And I'll be doing multiple shows a week where I'm out here covering all the races. So you'll get a heads up when I'm out here doing this. So make sure of that. So we still got work to do, folks. Race 10 coming up. Where does the time go? We got a couple more races to go. I'm Alan, your host, all horse racing all the time. Let's get it done here. Let's hit something big in the last race. Let me see if I got something I could say. I like that horse, Fly the W. Singled him to start the pick 3. He gets beat by a fucking 30 to 1 shot, bet down to 12 to 1. Nothing I can do about that. And he wound up 8 to 5. But I might have a long shot here in one of the races coming up. Now we got race 10 coming up. I'm looking at something. I'm looking at the Thoroughgraph pace charts 6.5 on dirt. We have a turf and synthetic horse that should get a gigantic lead in the 10th race. Iturian, is he scratched? He is. There goes that. No wonder I didn't pick him. But Pleasant Embrace, number 7, he's going to be tough. Opens 2-1. $27 horse wins the 9th. Should I have just crushed Fly the W to place and take my 340? No. I wanted him to lead off the pick 3 at 2-1. Let me look a little further at this. Let me see, what I'm really looking at here. If I have something quick to say before I heat up the coffee. Yeah. 7 and 9 look like the best two, but they are so chalky. I don't know what I can do with this. 8 is into mischief. Let me bring up the PPs here so I could show you what I'm looking at. And we'll be back in just a little bit. Okay. Let me get this out of here. Get that horse racing video out of there.
Let's go.
Okay, race 10 coming up. 6.5 furlongs, optional claim 62.5, purse 87,000. It's a good race. We got some good horses in here. I'm on 7-9, 6.5 furlongs on dirt. We'll look closer. We'll be back. Take a bigger look. Let's get it done here on this Sunday, almost evening, still afternoon. Okay, we're back. 2 races to go at Gulfstream. Now the question is this: I got knocked off that pick 3 $9 bet with the fly the W. 9 minutes to post. This race looks chalky. I mean, 7. Between 7 and Nick Styles. Now, Nick Style, number 9. Let me bring up what I'm looking at here, so you can see the pace chart that I'm looking at. Yeah, and this is a Thorough pace chart, and that shows the speed for the opening quarter. So let me get this off for a second and bring something else up. Because they say pace makes the race, so, let's take a look at this. How's this going to shape up early? Okay, here we go. Now, the 1's out of the race. You could see the 1 is averaging early lightning speed. It's a turf horse in that. And this is a dirt race. It's scratched. But Pleasant Embrace does show the prevailing speed slightly, averaging 22.25 in his first call positioning. But let's take a closer look at that now. Pleasant Embrace at Laurel, 5.5 furlongs. Okay, that's a bit of a concern because this race is 6.5. Pleasant Embrace at lead at the first call, 21.95. At Parks, 22.34. Now he's at a bit of a smaller circuit. Again at Parks. Gulfstream, but at Gulfstream he is lightning fast. Let me go to Nick Styles. Now, 7 is going to get the lead in this race. 7 is the front runner, the invader from Parks, but at Gulfstream he has shown terrific early speed, and currently on the board he is at 5-2 versus 3-5 for Nick Style. I mean, he has the sexy name, Nick Style. Brad Cox has number 8. Let's bring up the PPs for this. I believe we have them already. Yeah. Okay, let me bring that up. Let's go to the PPs and break these down. And I think we might have a press on number 7 here, a straight win bet, Pleasant Embrace, because he'll be leading. Unless he pulls a Johnny V like he did in the last race on that 4 horse that did nothing. Let's take a look at this. And you see my picks here, 7, 9, 8. I had Brad Cox 3rd. Let me get this out of here. Okay. Here we go. I bring you the PPs, charts, Thorough, everything. What I'm going to do now is slip down to number 7. I want to see what he has done at Gulfstream. 4 races, 2 wins, a 2nd and a 3rd. He's 2 for 3 at the distance, and he's a big-time front runner. And he gets the jockey upgrade to Tyler Gaffalione. The class of this race, optional claim. He's going to be flying, man. Nick Style. I mean, Nick Style is like a horse for the course. He usually gets Junior Alvarado up. He's almost always the favorite, giant favorite, but he does seem to have a bit of second-itis his last two. But he's going to have to close. He runs in stakes races. He's won a G3 here on March 8th of last year. And the 7 is like the horse that is fast as hell, but he's outclassed. And that raises the question, does the horse know what class he's in? I mean, if he's running out front all the time, is he going to think that the other horse is a G3 horse? I got to think that. Here's the thing, though, that I think it might be 9. Let me look at the, there's 4 minutes to post. Let me look at the win play show pools. Yeah, 9 is dominating. He's taken almost 50% of the place pool. And he's taking 90% of the show pool, or almost 90%. I mean, show betting is worthless. Place betting is worthless. It's got to be, can you find someone who can beat the 9? And I mean, you got to wing a prayer on 7 if, and get your 5-2. Is he 5-2 anymore? Yeah. It's all 7-9. What does the 7-9 exacta pay? You could see here, I'm trying to give you different angles all over the place. I mean, 9-7, you bet that straight, you get 3-1. Here's the other question. Is there other early speed who can press the 9? I mean, who can press the 7? I need a speed demon in here. One would have been Taliesin. Nice horse. 4-year-old. Yeah, we've seen this horse before. Pressing type. Yeah, he's scratched. 5. Five has some halfway decent. He hasn't hit the board though since Lone Star, June of 2024. So, he's out. Secret Revenge. What about Secret Revenge? He's scratched. He would have been semi-interesting. 8. Eight is a G3 winner. Eight is a G3 winner. What about number 2? Let me bring this back up so you can see what I'm looking at. Two might be the X factor. A boring horse, Dale Romans, 27%, who really doesn't do much. What about 3? Never hits the board. He's done okay here. Dante Zanelli has not hit the board since February here at this track. I'm going to do this. I'll go win $5 on number 7. Let's do it. He's the value. He's going to have to be caught. I can't do anything else with these. I'm not going to play an exactor or anything like that, which pays nothing. And I'm not going to just jump on the chalk. And the reason I'm doing that is this. I'll show you exactly what I mean. Number 7, if you look at his Brisnet early pace figures, and I'll enlarge this, and there look across the running lines, right before, the call number is 1-1. He's the early speed. Early energy, 101, 108, 80, 94, 105. I'm looking at the first 2 calls, 101, 108, 94, 105. Look at Gulfstream, 101, 111, 97, 102. I'm looking at March and February of this year. They are just off the charts compared to number 9, who's running in the 80s and 90s. I think this 7 has a shot to get loose given his running style at Gulfstream. Yeah, he's outclassed, completely outclassed. But he just has such a big early speed jump that if there's ever a horse who has a chance to run away, it's the 7. Now we're getting 3-1. I'm tempted to, add more. I can't see him finishing worse than 2nd. The only thing that would stop that is if he stumbled out of the gate. What happened when he finished 3rd, at Parks on August 19th? I'll lighten it up a bit so you can see. Led, resisted, tired. That was at 6.5. The thing is going to be the distance, getting the 6.5. And 9, he can handle it. But he's had Junior Alvarado up every single race going back as far as the PP show. And now he gets John Velasquez, a Hall of Famer. I'm not sure at this stage in their career who was the better jockey. Johnny V or Junior Alvarado. I mean, Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott. And Nick Stiles, he hasn't. Last 2 times he ran here, he ran second. He has the class. In turf racing, the saying goes, class is king, not as much as on dirt. And this is a dirt race. This is an intriguing race. Now, 7 is down to 5-2, Pleasant Embrace. I mean, if you box 7, I don't think 8 is out of it. I'm almost tempted to go 8 with Brad Cox and Castellano, who's having a nice day. Just beat this field. And I'm going to do that. Let me just see what a backup exacta of 8 over, I got the 7 to win for $5. Yeah, do I bet against myself? No. Let's go back to the Thorograph pace charts. Let's see how this 8 fits in. Let's look here first. He's a pressing type. He can get the distance. He's had sires. He gets Lasix for the first time out of Into Mischief, 750K horse. I'm going to do this. I don't want to do this, but I almost feel like I'm obligated to. What about a 7-8 box? Exacta, 7-8 box. Gives me a chance to win both races, both bets. Pleasant Embrace runs away, and he gets caught by number 8. No. And he runs away, and 8 gets second. Okay, bets in. $7 to win, and 7-8 exacta box. There we go. You still have time to get this in. We can do this. All right. They're walking around. 9 is, I'm looking at the 9. He's on the board at 3 to 5. Yeah, it's the Bill Mott show. The lovable Bill Mott, trainer of the year again, yet again. I'll tell you, Bill Mott, great trainer, knows how to spot his horses, knows when to give them rest. Probably the most respected and beloved combined as far as trainers go in horse racing. Now, I've talked to people in the business who work with and know with the trainers. And Bill Mott, he's one of those trainers who the owners respect. The owners want to run a horse in a race. Bill Mott says the horse isn't ready. The owners will listen to Bill Mott, and look what he did with Sovereignty last year and other horses in the past. Cody's Wish, he won Trainer of the Year a couple of times. Bill Mott, the youngest trainer ever to win Trainer of the Year, Eclipse Award. So I think in this case, he's getting unjust money. And now I see the odds are coming up a bit on the 9 4 to 5. Whereas other trainers have dwarfed Bill Mott in earnings, in in winning percentage. But Bill Mott turns around and he's the one that wins Horse of the Year. You know, Brad Cox and Chad Brown are just two trainers that come to mind that dwarf Bill Mott in statistically, but Bill Mott is the guy when it comes to doing the right thing with the horse and getting them ready for races and spacing them out. So you have to love Bill Mott. He's good for horse racing. But in this case, I think that I have to think the 9 might be outmatched. He's not outclassed, but he might be outmatched in this 10th race, which is shaping up to be a mini version of the Kentucky Derby. It's not field size, but a chess match between a few horses and a few trainers. Brad Cox, especially on the 8, Bill Mott, 9, Kelly Breen, respectable, but you got the jockey, Tyler Gaffleon, on the 7, and the big early speed horse. And 8 is the presser, and 1 for 1 on the track. And Nick Stiles, he's running in these stakes races. You know, I tried to look at the other horses. My picks for this, you can see them scrolling down below in order, 7, 9, 8. But when push came to shove, I had 7 to win. And the exacta box, I didn't want to bet against myself. I went with Brad Cox and Eclantant, 1 for 1 with a 93 Brisnet on this track. Know he can get the distance, might be tracking the others. So I have a chance to win both bets. I have a chance to win none. I have a chance to win 1. But I want to see what this Pleasant Embrace can do. I want to see Gaffleon gun him. There's no reason for him not to take a couple length lead out of the gate. So that's what it's going to come to in this race. And I want to thank everyone for joining us here on this Sunday afternoon. Now, is it evening? Is the evening, when does that begin? 6 o'clock? I don't know. Late afternoon on a Sunday here, post-Valentine's Day, and horse racing at its finest at Gulfstream Park during their championship meet. They're still walking around. We got knocked out of the pick 3. I got knocked, gave a Rainbow 6 try, got knocked out in the first leg, but we gave it a try. You know, we're having a couple of upsets here. 8th and 9th were upsets. Why not an upset in the 10th? In race 9, of course, we had Fly the W, went off 2 to 1, lost to a horse that opened at 30 to 1. Oh, yeah, wound up 12 to 1. And we had Only in America losing in the 8th at 3 to 2. So let's see what happens here. You know, I have a good feeling about this race. For the day, I'm down $22. And $22, not counting, plus whatever I make on this race. Hopefully I make something. They're not really respecting Brad Cox. Latent, a 7-2 shot, opening 5 to 2 with Javier Castellano out of Into Mischief. So you got to think the 8 has the breeding edge with Into Mischief. A lot of moving parts here in this race. Yeah, we go back at Glanted, 1 for 1, 93 Brisnet here. And he won a G3 here at this track. So let's see what happens. I'm not sure what the delay is. Did someone get scratched? I still see the big 3 in there, 7, 8, 9. No, they're all still there. All the numbers are still there. No one's been removed. Coffee today, Tim Hortons, Canada's favorite coffee. I had that while on a cruise to Canada, and actually had that at Halifax, in Halifax for the first time. And then I saw it on, in Amazon, and I ordered it, the whole beans. I'm out. I brewed the last pot after the 6th race. And I'll definitely order more. It's delicious coffee. It reminds me of a stronger version of Dunkin' Donuts. Stronger version of Dunkin' Donuts. Full-bodied. It's the medium blend. The red bag. You can't go wrong with this stuff. It's an honest cup of coffee. It's not like Starbucks where every sip you think you're, getting hit with a shot of something. And, it's like that heavy flavor. You drink it because it's strong and it looks good. I used to go, when I used to go to meetings, at work, and there were going to be a bunch of people there. Sometimes I would bring the Starbucks to the meeting, so it looked impressive. It's like, it was fun. But I to have coffee too. But Tim Hortons, I think that would be even more impressive. They are taking the time, and number 7 is now down to 2-1. There are my selections. I have 5 on 7 to win, a 7-8 exacta box, and they're off. Let's see. Does number 7 show his big speed? Yes, and he does go. He does go. And he's a price. All right, 7, go as long as you can, baby. You're fast as hell on this track. And 8, track him down. Come on, 8. 7, don't let up. Don't let up, 7. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, we're in trouble. He's out of gas. Or is he? He is. Belmont. No, the 7. Yeah, 8 got it. Box the wrong horse. My 8 did get in there. 7, cheap speed, folks. That's how it goes. We gave it a shot. We had the right idea. I don't know. He had the clean lead. He just couldn't handle the track. 8. Brad Cox. Brad Cox beats the 2-5 shot. No complaints. I don't even think I had the try. Maybe I had the try out of my picks. I had 7, 9, 8. What's the finishing order here? 8, Brad Cox. Yeah, he don't do one of these screenshots where they just show the win across the finish line. Show us all 3. Oh, jeez. Why do they do that? Seven had no excuse. 8, 9-2. I didn't even get the third place, 7. All right, 1 to go. One last chance to make noise. Let me look at this. All right, we have one more play left. And that 8-9 exacta will pay for $2, $12. 7, cheap speed, outclassed. Apparently the horse knew he didn't have the class that race. One more race to go. The finale is coming up. Okay, be back in a bit. One more race to go. Let's see what we can do with here. I think we have a shot to do some damage. I got number 10 to win here in this next race. I might just bet this horse outright. Okay, we'll be back in a bit. Rubber hits the road, race 11. Where does this time go? I want to thank everyone for joining us today here at All Horse Racing All the Time. I'm your host, Al. I do see a live long one here, number 10. I'm deciding on how to play this. We'll take a look at the race. We'll talk about it. There's 8 minutes left. As you saw when I handicapped Oakland with only a few minutes left, I turned 8 minutes into an eternity, looking over 4 other tracks. Didn't see Oakland at all. Not only looked over the other tracks, found the PPs for Oakland. I didn't have them, and hit a nice race there. So let's do it here. But this one I did look over. Now, this is 7.5 furlongs on turf, maiden claim, 25K. And one of the big things to look for in maiden claiming race, a nice move that does score high, some really nice wins, is the maiden special weight to maiden claim. That's a powerful move. But let's look at these. Now, it's 7.5 furlongs on turf, maiden claim, purse $34,000. So it's not really expensive horses here for maidens 3-year-olds. Wow. So it's limited to 3-year-olds. So let's take a look at this race and let's see what we're going to do. 10, my picks, you see them scrolling down below. That came from the early morning handicapping. I had 10, 3, 9, and 10 is a long shot. He is Star of Jericho, Steve Claceris, Rajiv Marat, who did really well on a nice hit of ours earlier in the card on a number 1 horse. And he's on one here, and he's a tremendous turf rider, at least has been in the past. And now there's 5 minutes to post. But let's look down these horses, and let's get it done here. I'll let you know what my play is going to be. We'll begin with him. Star of Jericho. Now, the numbers look light. As you can see, I bring you the PPs here. I use Thorograph also. I also use a Thorograph. Besides that, the pace figures. Star of Jericho does have decent early speed. He's breaking from post 10. And he has run on turf here before. Playful Pal, one of my other picks, should be the controlling speed. Number 9, wicked early speed. Ran on the poly track here at Gulfstream Park. Did run with the run-up time 21.97 opening quarter. And that was for 5 furlongs, though. But this is for 7.5. And Star of Jericho has run here at Gulfstream at 7.5. So we'll go back and look at Star of Jericho in a second. Let me just check the clock, 4 minutes. We'll have this in a second. You'll have plenty of times to get your bet in. At 7.5, Star of Jericho has run his best speed figure, a 70, where he finished 5th. He chased too wide and weakened. Now, Maraf rode this one last time, lacked a rally at only 5.5. Did run at Gulfstream on the synthetic at 1.70 miles and finished 15 back. And the surprising move is Steve Claceris turns around, claimed this horse from Carlos David, ran him at 17.5K, finished 7th, 7 back, now moves him up 7,500 more, despite never finishing closer than 6.5 lengths behind the winner. But you do have a 20% trainer here in Caceres, going back to the start of 2025, and Maraf on turf in the past has been a very good rider. Now we're going to go down to my second choice, number 3. David Pepperman. Runs in the 60s and 70s. You see the number 10, Samaritan. He's in the ballpark when it comes to, his running on turf. Daniel Herdick, the trainer, only a 5% trainer, 2 wins and 42 tries at the meet. And we'll drop down to number 9 and see where they fit. Now, these are not the best horses. 9 has never run on turf. Playful Pal does have early speed, so he'll be running. He's been running maiden special weights, maiden optional claim, getting whipped, as has these others. And before I go back to that, 0 minutes post, I just want to see if there are any others that could do some serious damage in here. Number 7 looks like one of them. And even that one is nothing to write home about. Tyler Gaffleone is dropping in class. We may box off that. Let's go to number 5. Getting Lasix for the first time. So Floater. Not a race I really want to hang my hat on. Ganador, number 4. Yeah, well, we're at the level here, 25K claim. At this level, that's kind of low. 3, 3 looks pretty solid. There's a bunch that can win here. We'll drop down to 2. 2 has an interesting race. Ramirez, hot trainer at the moment. We want to look at him. And 1. What do you do with this bunch? I kind of like the 7 just with the connections. I'm going to go back to the Thoroughgraph pace charts here. Playful Pal. I want to look at Self Floater. I will go off my original picks. Here's what I'm going to do here. The favorite right now is at 7-2. What I'm going to do is this. I'm getting the price. I'm going to go I'm not going to go nuts, swing for the fence. I'll go a nice show bet on number 10. I'm going to go number 8 to show here, number 10 to show here, my top choice, and see what happens. Not going nuts. There's always tomorrow. I don't trust him to win. We'll go number 10 to show. If he wins, he wins. I think he has a shot. I'm tempted to really double down here and throw another 20 on him, but I'll go with my top choice. I'm not going to be greedy. There are other speeds, 10, up to 12 to 1. And good luck, everyone. It's been a great Sunday. No matter how this goes, hopefully you played with your head not over it and you're having a good time. Let's see how number 10 does. Maraf on number 10. Get it done. If he doesn't, he doesn't, but I think he'll be around. He's run the distance and he's run okay here on the turf. So let's see if he gets it done and gets in the money. Playful Pal, we expected him out front. And number 5, Self-Loader, I expected that one around. Let's see what happens. Good luck, everyone. Enjoy the race. This is really almost anyone's race. I think the 7's going to be there. He's in the back now, but he'll be around. Nine, though, Playful Pal looks easy. I was going to box 3, 9, 10. Well, I don't know if that would work. The 10, I don't know if that horse is overmatched. I mean, he has looked overmatched in the past. And now my 3, 9, 10 is starting to look good. I didn't do that. Hell, I would have got the exacta here. Unless 9 gets caught. Yeah, that's horse racing. 10 fell out. I thought he was making a move. Disappointing. I'll tell you what, we gave it a shot here. I thought he was in position. Didn't happen. Disappointed, yes. I had a great time. End result today, not what I would have liked. Withdrew 400 from the account from Friday, Saturday winnings, left 30 in, and you know what happened? I lost 30 today. So $370 up for the weekend. Today, just tough. There was tough. Not every day can be Christmas with horse racing. But we had a good time. That's the main thing. No one got hurt. If you lose 30 bucks at horse racing and you get hurt, maybe you shouldn't be playing the races. Only play with what you can afford to do, and don't overdo it. Set your limit. Today, I figured I was going to kind of go light and see if I could hit something. Either I tried the Rainbow Six, I tried the Pick 3, I tried some exactas, I hit some races, and 11 races, lost 30. Was fun. It was thrilling. We came close and lost. We came close and won, and hope some of you won some money. And I want to thank everyone for watching, and make sure you hit the like button and give the thumbs up, and also subscribe if you want to get notifications of upcoming videos in advance when I do live shows like this, or when I just go out there and post my picks or have guests on the show. We do have guests on the show from time to time, and some great guests, and you'll enjoy the show. So, hey, we're closing in on 30,000 subscribers. So subscribe. Give your horse racing friends a heads up about the channel. Subscribe. Maybe we'll have a special show as we approach that milestone. for this channel. We haven't been out here that long, and we have a lot of great viewers and people who follow the show and contribute online. So thanks for watching, everybody. Have a great Sunday night. And remember, may the horse be with you. You got this.